We're doing like relays and all the contracts we ended the last video on. We're going to complete those, or that's my plan at least, is to complete all those. Hopefully this isn't as long as my 3 or 5 hour videos as the last two. Hopefully we can knock through this one rather quickly. But the contracts are random, so you're not necessarily going to have the same exact contracts that we do. But I will hopefully, I know I should be able to get at least 4 contracts done in one flight. It's always good. When you have your contracts, you're going to want to do as many as you can per launch. That way you save as much money and get as much money. Because if you do one contract and then, okay, one contract and I do this, then go back, you're basically launching again and again and again for the same amount. Now, if you can get them all done, you're going to get advances from all the contracts. And then you're going to get, whatchamacallit, payouts from those contracts, and you're only going to use one vessel, so it's going to be one initial cost, which is what I'm going to be doing. My first one is going to be on I'm going to be recovering people and setting up a synchronous orbit. So I do have another save file on here again, but this right here is just for me creating that big old spaceship, which I've noticed is going to be massive, and it's going to take me a lot of time. And like, one of the walls of the spacecraft is over $1 million, so this is going to be fun when I actually get to that point. So doing this on the career mode, it's more challenging because you have to figure out your funds and all this other fun stuff, and I need an entire tech tree unlocked to do it, basically. Actually, I have most of the stuff from the tech tree that I need. The only thing I'm going to need, really, are this big guy, or sorry, that big guy, that guy, that guy, that guy, this one, this one, this thing right here, all the sciences and all the antennas, that guy, these guys, and that guy. Which I already have, honestly. Oh, and these big batteries, this big solar panel. Like, I need a lot of stuff still. So basically the entire tech tree is what I'm going to need unlocked in order to do my gigantic, massive ship that I don't think has enough Delta V to get off of Kerbin, so I'm going to have to build it in space, kind of thing. In multiple launches, and I did the math, in order to do this, I am going to have to do this in, let's see, it's over 100 launches. So it'll be massive. I'm making like an entire series out of that. But anyway, so over here we have no contracts. We have to do all these. We're going to do all of these contracts right here. Building surface outposts, putting a satellite in Kerbal-Synchronous, which is going to be our relay network. Orbital station around Eve. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this. Which hopefully, yeah, we don't need any Kerbals on this, so you can just set it up as a regular old drone, but I can do that. Kerbal-Synchronous, explore Kerbin, which is just docking 2 vessels, which should be able to do rather easily. Surface outpost, orbital station does not need any Kerbals on it, so that's good right there again. Science data from the Mun, science data from Midnimus. Those are surfaces, rescuing, surface outpost, and orbital station. So surface outpost does not require any Kerbals on it either. So if it says it requires Kerbals on it, it'll say in these objectives, have 2 scientists or 3 scientists or 1 pilot or 2 pilots. It'll say what type of Kerbals you're going to need on there. But that's what we're going to do. So we're going to come in here. First off, let's do this, because we have debris orbiting that I left in the last video. We have 8 pieces of debris just orbiting. So what we're going to do is terminate the debris all the way across. Any of this untitled spacecraft debris, terminating it. And now it's not actually going anywhere. So these 2 right here are the 2 people we'll be saving. They're both rather close to each other, so it should be a rather quick recovery. And then I can build and then the Kerbal, so I guess it's just 3 I'm going to be getting then. Anyway, so we're going to build our craft. And it's going to have this MK1-3 command pod, which I'm pretty sure they have in the stock game. If they don't, then I'm sorry. You wouldn't be able to do it exactly. I know they don't have the MK2 command pod. I'm pretty sure they have this one though. Not, you could use the single and upgrade it to the 4 Kerbals right here with this guy, and then upgrade it, make it so that it fits. But you can do that. Now we're only going to be keeping 3 Kerbals on here. Where's my contracts at? Hold on, let me return to Space Center. I clicked save. I meant to click don't save. So no. Where's my active contracts? Oh, I don't have them. Alright. Orbital station around Kerbin. Surface outpost. Plant a flag. Position specific orbit from space around Kerbin. Science after serviceman miss. Green sandstone. We're not building a surface. I'm trying to figure out where all my contracts went and why they disappeared like that. I am on my contract one with the funds and everything. So what happened to my contracts? Because I know I have some completed. I mean, I guess I could build a surface outpost on Eve. It's never coming back up again. Explore the Mun, which this will be my first Eve landing, so that'll be fun. Hopefully I can do it, but I'm not going to really care that much because it's going to be empty. But I mean, I will care, but I'm not going to. Yeah. Gather. Alright, so those are the ones we're going to be doing, because now apparently they got rid of all my contracts I had. Don't know why. Anyway. Anywho. We'll see what contracts. And we don't have any rescue contracts anymore. What happened to all my rescue contracts? I was supposed to be getting contracts. Oh well. Anyway, I'm going to. I guess we can create a orbital station around Kerbin. Facility for at least 5 Kerbals, and we will create our satellite relay network here as well. Just because I want a satellite network relay. So first off, coupling. Whenever you're doing your That's a Dockport Junior. I don't like Junior docking ports because they're tiny. They don't really work that well. And yeah, you can. I don't know. Alright, we'll start Space Around Kerbin, Surface of Mid-Missile. We're doing another Mid-Miss landing. And surface out. Yeah, let's do a surface outpost on Mid-Miss. No, I don't want, because I'll have to delete that surface outpost. I want to have the actual good docking ports before I actually do that. So let's make a lander that can land on the Mun, and then recover science, and have that one. Like, am I missing something? Because I had 2 orbital paths here, in here, with 2 Kerbals. Yes, I've got the 2 pods still. Contracts. Do I have? But it doesn't have any. I'm confused. I think the game just glitched out. Anyway, I'll rescue those Kerbals too in this and create a Kerbosynchronous orbit relay. But I'll do that after this one because I want to get this one done. Anyway, so like this one, hopefully I'll be able to get a lander. Let's put 4,000 units of Delta V on it. Yeah, let's do that. 4,000 units of Delta V sounds reasonable for a Mid-Miss and then Mun landing. So science, overpowered science lab, which we're not having on right now. Anyway, payload, this big boy right here. You also got an even bigger one. Open that up, and just in case you thought I forgot, I'm putting a light on the top because I'm tired of not being able to see stuff. And we should be able to with science. Yeah. Put lights. Like that. No, light up here. Like that. Get rid of the snap. Why isn't it letting me place this in here? Alright, I guess I can't just place this in here. I can place it right there. That'll work. Utility, this bigger parachute up top. Back to our science. Oh, man. Get a couple of these on here. So, something you'll want to do is put these in as many science units as you have. So, do I have action groups opened up? No, I do not. Anyway, whenever you're doing this, you want to put your action groups. I might actually be able to cheese this and make this work. I have an idea. So however many science modules you have, you want to have that many whatchamacallits, these right here. So if you have 2 of each, you should be able to collect with here, then collect over here. Let's see. Let's see if I can do this. I might be able to cheese this if I use the abort action group to log, observe, log, observe, and observe. Wait. I do have action groups unlocked. Nice, never mind. So yeah, observe materials, observe mystery glue, log. So the reason why I had to do well, I'm only doing 1 of each of these is they do it in pairs, but this one I had to place 1 at a time so they're singled. Alright, action group 2 will be to toggle the doors. Okay, so now I have 1 and 2 set. Now I know that's going to work. Utility, thermal. That's not thermal. That's thermal. We could put these guys on here. Like that. And these bigger ones right here. Like that. Communications, let's get a couple of these. Utility, a couple more parachutes. Alright, so this is the Kerbin return vessel. Couple of drogue chutes. And okay. So this is going to be our basic craft right away. So we're going to grab a bunch of science units. We can place deployable science. I'll do that later on. Utility. I don't want hitchhikers right now. Don't care about that. Lighting, because I need more lighting. Let's do 6 of these things. So I still have a max parts count, so I gotta be careful with that. But this right here should be my return vessel to Kerbin. Hold on now, I've realized I forgot something. Command and control. Get one of these bad boys right here. And one of these big boys right here, right there. So now I'll have control over everything. Electrical. I like these 1x6s. I don't like the 2x3s. I like the 1x6s. So let's go ahead and come back here to actions, action group. What happened to my action groups? I don't know what happened to my action groups. something happened where I had action groups, but now I don't. We'll see. We'll figure this out. Anyway, it's right there. We have those guys. Now let's put some batteries. Let's open up the service bay. We'll put our batteries inside the service bay. Up top. Yeah. So now they stay away from aerodynamic drag. Close that. And this should be our return module right here, as is. Let's see. Whatever happened to my action groups? Why in the world did I have them? Now I don't. Whatever. Okay. Anyway. Let's go to coupling. That big boy right there. And we will do fuel tanks. Give ourselves the... we don't need that one. Alright. Engines. Engines are up here. And let's give ourselves this guy, the Wolfhound. We should give in a vacuum almost 4,000 units of Delta V in a vacuum. And then what is the TWR? 1.32, which is good. Now if I add, like I said, I wanted about 4,000 units of Delta V. I said, so I'm gonna get that up a little bit more. Do I have my? Yes, I have my fuel rods. So what I can do now, coupling. So this is I believe this is what's called an onion style decoupling. But basically, these two stages will have fuel tanks. Let me put command and control unit right here too. Okay. So fuel tanks, fuel tanks, fuel tanks. So I'm about to build is what I believe is a onion style. Alright, Terrier. Alright, so Terrier, and command and control, and aerodynamics, nose cone, and then we will have all 6 of those, and Delta V in a vacuum is 3,500, but we will also... Wow, are you serious? These things don't... Well, they will. They will. So what I'm going to do now is copy this right here and place them... let me get rid of this Delta V calculator stuff. About right there. No, not right there. Yeah, about right there. Then I'm going to do it again and place in sets of, so basically these are in sets of 2, about the same height and everything. A set of 8 like that, okay? So all 8 of these will fire at the same time. Like that, okay? So this is 851. Then if I go into a vacuum with 3,900, but now I will go, which ones are the first ones to go? Are these ones right here. Basically what I'm going to do is set up to these guys right here, fuel tanks, from here to there. Okay, so now we'll have that, and then the next ones are going to be those ones, while these ones were last, and these ones. So it should be the way I set these in a circle like this. So we had almost 4,000 units of Delta V before. And it should be like that. So these should be the last ones to decouple. Alright, and then these one. So let me make sure I'm doing this right. So it's set up to 6. So yeah, these two, and these two are the first. Yeah, so it's set up right. Vacuum. 4,000. I gained almost 1,000. Actually, 1,000 units of Delta V just by going from them all firing at the same time, regular setup to onion setup. All right. So basically, the way I'm pretty sure this is onion because it breaks apart in layers. So this one right here will go first. Okay. Oh, I have that flipped around. Let me do it because these ones right here should be going first, not third. Then these ones. And there we go. 5,000 units of Delta V with this in a vacuum, which should get me pretty darn far. I should be able to get anywhere in the game, I think, with 5,000 units of Delta V. So this right here should get very far. Now all I have to do is get this 60-ton payload into orbit. So let's get some structural struts. So you're going to notice my Delta V is going to drop down rather quickly. So 5,200, 57, 5,257 to 55, and basically I want these guys all connected today. 50, and then set these guys to not there. 49, 47. But I have 5,000 units of Delta V in this thing now, in a vacuum. So this should get me, shouldn't have any issues, and this should also have the, shouldn't have any issues landing anywhere on the Mun. And because of the wider footprint, and especially if I do this right here, ground, landing struts, right there. Of those, and just in case I have enough Delta V to get whatnot. Start retracted. 5,100, so lost a couple hundred units of Delta V, but I went from 3,000 to 5,000 units of Delta V, 3,900 to 5,100 units of Delta V. That's still adding stuff to this unit right here. Okay, so that's why I like these right here. It makes this onion setup, which is very fuel efficient. Now there's also, I don't remember what the other one is. Basically it's the same setup, but all the tanks feed directly in here. So all these outers will go at the same time, and then they'll all release, and then the inner will still be fully fueled. So yeah, so what's happening is the fuel is taking from this one right here first, and then from this one, and then from this one, and then by the time this one's gone, this tank should still be all completely full. But yeah, that's that. Now time for the next part, coupling. Big boy there. I'm pretty sure I don't have a shroud large enough for this. Yeah, it's not even large enough for that. But this is going to be our initial, this is our lander, direct descent lander. And yeah, let's see if they have action groups back. We do not yet. It was just a glitch in the game, I think. Let's go ahead and raise this up. All the way up. I always like that. That way I have more range to add fuel tanks below it. Now I'm going to want this big boy, which I'm going to make red. Orange. Orange tank, yeah. I think this used to be the biggest tank in the game. Not 100% sure. Orange tanks. Engines. Where's my big engine? 560. And this is 205. Let me see something real quick. Structural. Do I have I do have a 3x, and now do I have a structural attach point? No, I do not. So basically, oh no, it's an adapter. Never mind. Basically, what I could have done is on the bottom of here put 5 radial attach points here, added 5 of these, and then I could have had 15 of these 240, 205, 240 engines, which would have beaten this one. So 15, that's 2,000 units of thrust, or kilonewtons thrust, versus the 500, which would have been a lot better. But we don't have that, so we're making do with this for now. So what I'm going to have to do is, let's add that to there. So this has, am I still in a vacuum? Yes, I still am. I don't want that in a vacuum. Sea level, I'm going to want about 3,000 plus units in this lower stage with a show all. This is a small TWR at, let's see, at, yeah, this is has a poor thrust to weight ratio right now, so I might actually be able to, if I take you off and go, instead of 3 of these things, 2 of these things, I had 2,200 in that one stage. I have 1,700. My TWR is a lot. Oh no, let me delta V. Hide all. Show all. It's 0.42. How's my TWR smaller? Engines. Show all. Well, it was bigger, just not by much. So what I can do though is engines, fuel tanks. Again, set up a onion style setup, which I like. I really do like the onion style setup. So coupling. These guys right here. Let's go with you guys. Oh, this is very tall. Right there. fuel tanks. The big long ones, let's make you orange and black. Add some command and control points and aerodynamic nose cone. Actually, honestly, I'm not going to even do that. That's gone. I'm only going to add 2 more boosters to this, but they are going to be massive boosters. And now engines, fuel tanks. They're going to be the massive oranges with fuel lines going from there to there. Have you set down there. So that increased our delta V by almost 1,800. And now if I do engines, add these big boys down here with you added in there. So that didn't change our delta V that much, but it added a lot more TWR on the lower stage. Yeah. And I'm probably going to have to do this, and let me do command and control there, and then aerodynamics nose cone, because that's a lot of drag to put on this thing. Make it orange and white, and duplicate that entire set. And we'll get rid of this delta V readout. Place these right there. So this is asparagus setup, I think, is this one. So asparagus setup, I think, is the what's lower stage, and then onion setup above. All right. So now, yeah. Delta V show all should have a 0.88, which isn't the greatest, but it's better than 0.34. And this thing should have an ample amount of control now. So it has all these gigantic control points. So it says 3,500 units of delta V. No, I'm gonna get rid of an entire. I think I'm gonna get rid of an entire stage. That might be, or entire fuel tank. That might be actually the smarter idea, because doing it this way, I want it on the, yeah. I don't have as much delta V in the so now I still have like 3,100 units, so it's a small drop, but my TWR should be a bit better. Let's see, hide all. Get rid of you. Let's get rid of another fuel tank and see what I've got. No, I don't want it set up like that. Oh, I want it set up right there. There we go. So now with this, we have roughly 2,800 units delta V, but our TWR is sucks. I like it being above 0.1. As long as it's not negative, honestly, it's okay, but I definitely want it above 1. So that's still 2,800. I should get 2, if not close to orbit with that. And then structurally adding in these points here to there. And structurally adding in these points here to there. Now that should make it so that I don't have wobble effect. And if I do this right here to there, this right here to there, this craft should make it to 41 minutes. 41 minutes of this was just designing this one craft, so it takes a while to design your stuff. But let's go ahead and launch it. And no, Valentina is not going to be taking this flight. She's going to be relaxing for a little bit. She will be... I think she's going to be the... I'm going to have her do the return, the saving the Kerbals portion. And when we do that, we're going to have all of our relays that we're going to be sending up as well, just because. Alright, SAS is on, and these guys are going to go space, the Mun, and Minimus, all three. Okay, so you should notice that 4 of these tanks are draining faster than 1 of them. And that's a real thing, and that's because of the onion setup we have. So once we get to about 50 meters per second, 55, I'm going to start doing the gravity turn. Just because you want to get some vertical, and I forgot to change this guy right here again. Like, this is a rather new feature for me, so there's that. But now we have that. We're going to start our gravity turn. We should have ample amount of control with SAS wheels to be able to do this without going out of control. And then, yeah. 2,000. I took this rather aggressively. I went a little bit too fast with the gravity turn because you want to get to about 45 at 10,000 meters. So this is not as efficient as it could have been. But I'm going to stick with it and then try to stick right at 45 degrees as long as I can. Let's slow it down a little bit because we don't want to go that fast to this low where you can actually see the air, because now we're just fighting drag. You don't want to go super fast in the lower atmosphere, which is why you wanted to go about 45 by 10,000 meters. So I've still got 2,000 meters per second of delta V in these stages right now. and controlling this is getting rather difficult. And go back up to 45 degrees. And quit. I don't know if you've noticed, but this ship does not want to move exactly where I want it. So we're going to do a min-miss landing first, and then a mun landing, because the mun landing is the harder of the landings, and basically I want to get the delta V, because it's not, should be easier to get a mun than min-miss, min-miss than the mun landing. Should be the route you'd be going if, come on now. Sorry, this is getting kind of difficult to control, this craft, because it wants to move up or left and not actually go where I want to be. So it's kind of difficult to control. It is very top heavy. It is very wobbly by the looks of it. Which, if I had a fairing on this, which I don't have a fairing big enough for this, it would have been easier to control, just because I wouldn't have had to worry about. Look at that, 6,000 units of Delta V right now. 6,000 units. This is going to be a lot harder to control shortly once I run out of Delta V. Like, this thing wants to go, you know what? Like, it wants to go up like that, so why not twist and turn to try to get it going the direction I want it to. Yeah, rotate it. Now it wants to pull up. Let it try to pull up. Oh. I want it to pull up. Pull up, pull up, pull up. Better. It's easier to control now that it doesn't have those 4 gigantic boosters. Oh nope, it's trying to pull straight up right now. And it is slowing down, like, drastically. Alright, let's revert flight to vehicle assembly. Let's try to add more stabilization to this. Said, this game is a lot of looking at editing and figuring out if this stuff actually works, which is why I have the not for this save file, well, it will be for this save file, but not for it right now. It's kind of why I have the big old the sandbox mode save file, just so that I can see if the craft I'm trying to build for this channel is going to be worth it. Alright, added more SAS control there, just a little bit, and we're going ahead and launch. So, let's see. I'm trying to think of stuff that's going on. So basically what I'm trying to do is make this, gather as much science as I can before I go interplanetary, because I want to be able to use all the science units. Now I can just do this without it, but I kind of want to. Alright, so we're going to go and try to do our gravity turn a bit faster than we were before. Alright, and I forgot to get this maneuver mode again. So you notice right now our apparatus is right at where we are. That's because we're not really going up that fast. So I slowed down a bit in order to, I don't want to accelerate too fast in the lower atmosphere, and I started accelerating more. I'm still gaining height. I want to accelerate more in the upper atmosphere than I do in the lower atmosphere. So right now you can see my delta V is skyrocketing real fast, even though we're not moving that fast. Yeah, we're still going up. We're still moving in a relatively slow pace right now, especially compared to the other one. Basically what I'm kind of trying to do is once I get about to 100 meters per second, now not 50, I am going to start my gravity turn while also starting to maneuver the ship over to where I want it. Right now we are fighting air resistance, so basically I want to up speed right around here because that's when air resistance is a lot less and we should be able to gain speed rather quickly up there. And this is a rather hard to control but decent sized ship that should make it everywhere we're going, because we still have 2100 meters per second delta V in this stage right now where we're at. Alright, so just over 100 meters per second. I'm going to up speed and I'm going to start slowly my gravity turn. And this should start moving our prograde this direction a little bit. And now we're starting to speed up decently. So 600 meters per second of delta V in this stage. Still kind of hard to control this craft, but we should be getting much, that's much better. It's a lot easier to control right now because I have those 2 extra SAS modules. Still made it to about 45 degrees. I want to try to keep it right here. I don't want to click prograde because the craft, once prograde goes to the right and I want to keep it at 45, it will continue moving prograde. Alright, so now those lower stages are done. And you saw our liquid fuel filled all the way back up again because we don't have that stuff right there anymore. So now we're slowing down slowly. Now we're speeding back up again because we got to the point where our teed-up thrust wouldn't really matter. Well, it matters, but we're losing weight on the entire craft with this lower insertion stage. And hopefully, I do not have enough delta V to orbit with this stage, but I should have enough within the next onion stage. Yeah, so it's a good thing if I wanted roughly 4,000 units and I have 5,000 units of delta V in the upper stages, I think that's good because that gives me an extra 1,000 units to circularize at Kerbin. Yeah, increasing my apparatus. I'm not going to leave from the 45 degrees till I get my apparatus point to at least like 65 kilometers, and then I'm going to leave to get more horizontal speed. Yeah. I'm going to get right back up on this 90 though. And we're at 43, 44. So we are reaching our apoapsis point. So our time to apoapsis is going down instead of going up. So what I'm going to do is increase our angle of attack like this. This should start increasing our time to apoapsis. Should. So that's a very important thing to look at, is your time to apoapsis. So you notice it's staying there now instead of going down. So I'm increasing, I'm getting more force in upward direction right now than I was in a lower direction. So yeah, now my time to apoapsis is starting to slowly go up. But as I drain fuel, my thrust to weight ratio will go better, positive, and then I'll have more force with this lower stage. But I don't think, I don't have enough. I don't know if this craft is going to be able to make it then. I might have to actually put boosters on the stages, like SRB is. I don't like that. I wanted to make this a successful asparagus and onion style staging. Now I'm going to go prograde and increase our horizontal speed with our vertical speed. So you notice two of these are draining rather fast compared to the rest, right? And once those two burn out, which you'll see them burn out, and they will go away. Once I get to okay, so it happened to glitch where I could use my action groups. Yeah, I'm gonna have enough Delta V to do all this entire mission now. I like it. I like it a lot. So yeah, so now this mission is to, once this gets to 100 kilometers, I'll cut it, keep it facing prograde. I'll come up here and extend my solar panels so that I don't have to worry about my whatchamacallit, running out of electric charge, because these engines do not produce a whole lot of electric charge. They are very fuel efficient, give you a lot of delta V, but they do not have a lot of electric charge capabilities. So we're extending all our solar panels, And then I also put two, where are you? Right here, extending our antennas. So we have communications. That way we could have just sent scientists up instead of pilots. But I'd rather do it this way and have pilots. So now once we get to our 100 kilometers, we will do this. You notice these next two engines right here are almost out of fuel. So if I click on here and look at how much fuel's in here, it's almost empty. But if I look here, it's completely full. And same with right here. Because they are drawing from the farthest fuel line tank from what you're getting. So you see we have we don't have much delta V to expend to get into a circular-ish orbit, which is good. So we're going to have 855 meters per second in the next stage. So that stage itself should get us close to the Minmus orbit between these two stages. I'll have to do a little bit more with the central stage to get to Minmus's orbit. Let's speed this up a little bit. And I figured out how to do this, enable time warp mode, and then L1 and R1. $40, $30, $20, $10. Get into your position. So we have a lot of electric charge. 2,500. So let's exit time warp mode. And now, remember, once we get to 70 kilometers, we still have 49 meters per second in this stage. So it should get us actually rather close between the two stages to Minmus's orbital height. So, like I said, we're going to Minmus first because it's easier to land on, it's easier to do, it's just further away, and we need a lot less delta V to get to. So we're going to come here to the ascending node, add the maneuver there, and zoom out so we can see it. And we should get a Mun encounter as well. Oh, see, there was a Mun encounter right there. And if I do that, and now if I go further that way, and oh, Mun encounter. Mun's getting in the way to do that. So right there. Alright, 930 meters per second delta V, and a 1 minute and 17 second burn time. Let's hide these guys away. So 33 seconds before. Yeah, we can do that. So we have 930. We have here 800 and 904 there. So we only have to use 26 meters per second to get to that orbital height with the central. And then we can go to the Mun, which, yeah, we can enable time warp mode, up speed, and then warp to next maneuver. Whenever you go to Minmus, you want to do it that way because it messes with, I don't know what it is, but if you try to time warp exactly to time warp, it will exit warp mode. It will mess with the actual orbital heights. I have no clue why, but it does. And that's always a pain. But this craft right here should be able to take 3 Kerbals to both the Mun and Minus at the same time. Probably could have added a little bit more fuel to the lower stages, but yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. Alright. Could've, should've, would've. We'll figure it out. We have plenty of Delta V to get to, should have plenty to get both Mun and Mid-Miss right now with 4,000. Like, so this craft right now should be able to get almost anywhere in the Kerbal system. We'll see what's going on. We're just accelerating right now. If you haven't seen what we're doing, we found the point. I don't know if I explained, if you saw it last video or if this is the first video you're watching. Whenever I try to get an encounter with whatever, I try to go from the ascending or descending nodes. That normally gets us pretty close to our actual encounter where we want to be when we're doing our maneuver burns. And so these little lines right here, this right here is when the 4th stage will run out of fuel, which should be close, and then there'll be just a very, very minimal 3rd stage burning. And now we will finish off like that. So you notice 12 meters per second of Delta V is a lot. Alright, and there we go. Now we have our Min-Miss encounter. We can focus view. So we have a Mun encounter right now. Just a tiny one. And then a Min-Miss encounter right here. So we're just barely getting into the sphere of influence right there. And then we go into a Min-Miss encounter right here. So what I'm going to do is speed up a little bit. And then warp to our Mun encounter. Because it is tiny, like, not even worth mentioning basically in the game. Since we're still in space above Kerbin, let's turn on our lights, because I like having our lights on. And we'll see when we open this. Let's go action group 2. Yes, it worked. It worked. So 1 and 2 are all of our science, and then we should be able to EVA, crew report. It's very round. Yeah. And then let's collect all the data we have right here. So we don't even have to leave anymore. These things allow me to collect data like that. Which is good, because now I don't have to, now I can just collect and then collect, do all my reports, collect, and then take my scientists out, reset the 4. I don't have to keep on pressing recover, all that other fun stuff. So now the contracts are to plant a flag on the Mun, science from data around Kerbin, which is what we have. We can actually just transmit that now, that way we can make sure we have it. Surface of Min-Miss, orbital station, solar orbit, outpost on Eve, and rendezvous 2 vessels around the Mun. So that one right there, we can do rather, honestly, I can get that one done rather easily. Actually, all these are rather easy to get. So right now, except for this one, I've never done this one, the outpost on Eve. That's kind of why I kind of accepted it, is because I have an outpost on Eve that I need to create, which I'm going to create surface outposts everywhere. And I am sorry, I'm going to sacrifice one of our scientist Kerbals once we get more of them. And basically he'll just be on Eve, and that'll be his new home until I can figure out how to return from Eve, because I don't know how to return from Eve yet. Alright, so enter time warp mode again, speed up. Let's go to here. Here. And so this is just barely outside of the sphere of influence. Like, we barely got this encounter. Like, absolutely bare minimum. Didn't even have really much to do with it. Alright, so now let's speed up again a little bit. And then warp there. So now our Minmus encounter is going to put us on an inclined orbit and give us a parapsis of, what's it, 84,000? 195,000? Alright, so now what we're going to do is focus our view to Minmus. Alright. This way, we can try to get exit time warp mode. So if we do up here as high as we can, add maneuver, because this will make it most efficient for that. What we want to do is normal, anti-normal. And that will put us on a I want a somewhat not polar, you know what? No, let's do a polar orbit. Let's land on the poles. So let's even cancel that out, because that's perfect for a polar orbit where we're at right now. Because we're way up here, directly above it. Let's land on one of the poles, because I don't normally get science data from the poles. And I know I've gotten one from the flats, but I've never actually gotten one from up here in the poles. So let's do it. Or down here. That'll work, and that will give me a lot of science to help unlock the tech tree. So now let's go ahead and enter time warp mode again, and then we can warp there, put ourselves in retrograde so that when we get there we'll be retrograde to the whatnot, and we can just burn retrograde and get to where we want to go. So I do sometimes put in polar orbits because of the fact that you kind of want a polar orbit when you're doing a surface scanner. Actually, it won't let you do surface scans without the satellite being in a polar orbit, which will eventually set up one itself. And you'll see. But anyway, let's go ahead and burn retrograde. We're gonna slow ourselves down. Coming in at 200 meters per second. We'll need to go down to like 20, I think, is what this right here is for a actual 40. 20 is the elliptical orbit with 121,000, which like I said, I'm going to do 20,000 because I don't normally do the poles. Exit warp mode. Yeah, so 20,000 is what I'm going to go for right now for this orbit. 20,000. Let's go ahead and warp here. Still have 2,800 meters per second, which should be plenty to do. Let's go ahead and slow ourselves down. Alright. Time warp to here. And hey, we are going to be landing on the dark side. So, yay lights, right? So right about there. And I know this is not the most ideal landing capabilities, but it's where we're going to land. We're going to land on a pole. I don't normally land on the pole. And I know that can sound sick and wrong, but trust me, I don't care. I am an aircraft maintainer. 30, said right around 10,000 meters is when I'm going to start my 20, 21, 20, 19, 17, 16, 15, 13, 12, 11, 10,000 meters. And we will start burning retrograde now. Right now, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 30. Alright, so this is where it comes in handy to have not only two separate whatchamacallits. Alright, so I'm going to quick save this real quick. Save game as quick save, yeah. But yeah, this is where it comes in handy to have two separate these science units. So let's go ahead and action group 1. Let's see where we're at. Space near minimus, which we already have. You notice we already have basically all of the science we can get from space near minimus, so I don't care about that anymore. But so I said the highest point is 6,000 meters. Doesn't look like it's up here. So let's go ahead and enable time warp mode and get down to 7,000 meters. Right around. Oh no. A lot closer than 7,000 meters. 6,000 meters. Exit time warp mode. Can't tell how high I am off the surface right now because I don't see, because my lights are let's go ahead and close that. Should be still well above the surface right now. Well, we'll see. If this craft crashes, we'll see. Should have landed on the South Pole where it's light. But yeah. So this is why you want to land, like, it's still not super dark right now, but this is why you want to land on the light side of planets, because you can't see your shadow. You don't know how close you actually are to the surface. And so you're going to end up wasting a lot of fuel just doing this. burning down to surface. It's also where lights. I should have had lights down on the engine stage. That way it would have been easier to see everything. Oh man. I think I can see the land coming in close now. I think that's my lights from the craft. Right there, shining on some ground right now. Which is again why it's kind of hard to land on the dark side of a planet, because you don't know how close you actually are to the ground. But that is definitely some of these lights shining on the ground right now. Oh yeah, here it is. This is why you want lights on your craft, because you never know how close you are to the ground and whatnot. And this will help you see that. Man, I am on orbital mode. Retrograde, retrograde, retrograde. Retrograde to surface. And voila. Why you want craft. Alright, let's turn SAS off for a moment. See if we start tilting too far. And we are. Alright. So now what we can do, custom group 2, custom group 1. Alright, yeah, so Mimnus's poles, yes. It's keeping. So keeping all those. We come over here and we will crew report. Keep experiment. Collect all. Crew report again. Keep experiment. Come over here. Collect all. Should say not all the reports could be stored. Just come over here and make sure your crew report isn't here anymore, or review report, and it isn't. So let's go ahead and bring our scientist out on EVA. And you are going to, hopefully you're close enough to this one. If not, I'll just land you on the, oh, you're not even close enough to that one. Let's retract that solar panel so it's out of your way. Let's climb up. Should be close enough now to restore. Right here. Still not close enough to restore that. Come down here onto that unit. Hopefully you're close enough to restore that. You are not, but I should be small enough to fit inside the service bay. I should be putting fucking ladders inside the service bays. Voila! I'm small enough to fit inside the service bay. Sort of. Restore. If these batteries weren't here, I would have been small enough to fit in there. But the batteries are there. Now you're right next to the science unit. Restore. And go ahead and come down here. Collect surface sample, EVA report, surface sample, go back up, almost hit the, and then we'll restore this one. Turn your lights on so we can actually see again. You are going to come down here. Grab that. Gonna board. Collect all data. Yeah, I know. Not all data can be stored. Scientist, EVA again. Come back down. So you notice this thing would normally just tip over, but because we have our SAS modules, it's not. Plant flag. Alright. 3349 meters. Done. Second landing. Second mid-miss landing, accept. RCS back on. Come over here. And let's take surface sample. And EVA report. Like I said, you always want to take double because that's how you get most amount out of all your sciences too. If you take only one, you're not going to get a lot. So if you only take one of each, you'll be fine. But two is how you're going to max out your science for each biome. And basically, that's that. Let's go ahead and collect all. And collect all. So now, what I'm going to do is burn a little bit, do this, and get all of our science. So it's all space near mid-miss right here. So I don't care about that. But let's go ahead and start going to a 270 orbit, because I want to drop my aporapsis and my periapsis. So I want a 270 orbit, which honestly is on a polar, it doesn't really matter that much. But we have right here, take data from the surface of Minimus, which we'll be getting. We just need plant a flag on the Mun. We have the science from around Kerbin. And yeah, so we'll be planting a flag on the Mun. And that is going to be our next thing. Alright, so 20 kilometers, we're already there. We're going to hit prograde. Retract our landing gears. And we're off. We're not going to be able to get much of a gravity assist with the orbit we're going, because we're going we're not going with or against a turn, we're going north and south instead of east and west. So we're not going to be able to get much of a gravity assist to drop our periapsis and apoapsis, but we should be getting it close enough. Alright, so once that gets to 1 minute, I'm going to drop this back down to like that. This should be prograde pretty much. Let's go up till it goes to like 10 seconds. And alright. 5, 4, 2, 1, and I shouldn't have to do much. Actually, I'm not adding much burn to this. And we still have 2,300 meters per second of delta V. Might make it tough to land on the Mun. Might. We'll see. Alright. So our apoapsis and periapsis are well above. They're not going to go anywhere. Let's zoom out. Set the Mun as the target. Let's go from our periapsis, our best point to do maneuver nodes. That's going to put us on a extremely inclined orbit, but if we keep going that way, oh, nope. Let's bring it, oh. Alright, right there, should be fine. Yeah. And then we can go from our descending node, I think. Yeah, should be fine. Alright, so we'll go ahead and go retrograde. And then we will, it's 58 meters per second, so we should have enough. I'm not promising anything, but we should have enough to get to the Mun and land. Warp's the next maneuver. If we don't, we have two. We'll have two actual land Mun stuff, but honestly we should, because we now have better SAS modules, so we don't have to precision our landings, because we had 2,300 and we landed with enough to get back, but we also, you know, yeah. 3 seconds for burn time. I don't want retrograde, I want prograde. What am I thinking retrograde? I'm not landing again. Damn. Not thinking right. So 1 second is when we'll start the burn. Yeah. Alright, there's that. And now we can warp up a little bit. And warp up a little bit more, and a little more. Keep on warping up. And warp down again. Alright, so I add a maneuver here to go retrograde. And there we go. 66 meters. And that should, if I focus view now on the MUN, focus view on the MUN, if I do this right, should be able to, with this maneuver node, right there, get our basically right there means we will almost be captured at the MUN in our orbit. We just have to do a minor burn, 67 meters per second right there, and then a minor burn, and we'll be captured. So it won't take us anywhere near as much delta V to capture at the MUN as you'd normally expect. And we're on this inclined orbit, which means we should be able to land at a different biome. We can land on a pole again, but we'll try to land on the light side this time instead of the dark side, just because it's a lot easier to land like that. Alright, and let's go ahead and oh yeah, that's why. Oop, I'm an idiot. I am an idiot. Let's go ahead and do that. Time warp mode. Increase it. And then we will find our little thing and warp to next maneuver. Alright. And so it says 4 seconds. So we'll do 2 seconds of burn. At 2 seconds we'll start a burn. And then we should be pretty close to being where we're at. Yeah. So, I wish that these guys were level 3, and if that were the case, I would be able to have them maintain target. Not target, almost missed it by the way. Maintain maneuver node. Alright, so now let's go ahead and go this way just a little bit more. Alright, right there. Right there is where I want to be. Enter time warp mode again. Put you on retrograde. Let's warp there. Hold up, hold up, hold up. $13 and 6 1 14. Oh, not to surface, not to target, to orbit. Fucking A. I don't know why it messed with my maneuver node. And let's speed up again. And sometimes you should be able to do it like this. And let's aim not towards retrograde. Let's go towards target. Let's go towards target. And if I do this, on the descending node, let's add a maneuver to go retrograde. And then there it should say we have a right there. Warp to next maneuver. Alright, I might have enough Delta V to do this. We'll figure it out. So it says 2 seconds and retrograde, and I should be able to get to this orbit. I have never had as much time, hard of a time, trying to get into an orbit or capture a planet or body than this. This is why you want to be careful with time warp, because sometimes it messes up like this. It really does. So I need to be patient, which is not something I normally do a whole lot of. Not something I'm normally that great at. But I need to be patient. Oh man. Yeah. So at 1 second, node in T minus, we should start our burn. So, thinking. I did not almost miss it that time. Alright, now let's speed up a little bit. So I don't know if you've noticed, but my orbit looks like it is changing from one elliptical orbit to another elliptical orbit. Alright, now that I'm that close, it should be warping automatically to that point, and I should be able to get to my one orbit. And hey, I encounter the Mun again over here and land on a collision course, which I don't want, but retrograde to orbit. So it should not take me a whole lot to circularize here. See, look. Boom. That was not a lot. Alright, so now I'm going to go retrograde and get down to a parapsis of about 20,000. About 15,000. So the highest points of the Mun, are actually at the poles. So we will be flying by rather close to these poles, to the surface there. We'll warp there. Let's quick save. Save game. As quick save again, yeah. Deploy our landing gear, because this looks like a great landing spot, honestly. And we will be landing about right there. And let's quick save this again as quick save 1. And save. Confirm. Should have actually just enough Delta V to get to wherever we're going. We want 359. "17 seconds to kill it all off." I don't know. Oh, we're going over this way. Still about 17 seconds to kill it off. And yeah. So there are little Easter eggs and little places you can visit on these planets that make it potentially worthwhile, but we will go ahead and time warp up a little bit so we get to our 10,000 meter mark. And let's say right around 9,500, I'd say. It's a good spot to... let's go 9,000. Let's go 9,000 even. Start slowing this thing down. And 9,000 even was a little bit too soon, or too far away. So yeah, too soon. Too soon. So let's go a little bit more. Let's exit out of time warp mode because I don't want to be in time warp mode anymore. Because we are landing, and we're coming in. Kind of hot right now. And let's go ahead and right now. Man, retrograde to surface. The game sort of like messed up a little bit while I was coming in nice and hot. And we still have 1,000, so we made it back with 800 some odd meters per second delta V beforehand. Alright, so we have 1,000. So yeah, this ship is capable of landing on the Mun and Minmus at the same flight. Now look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at this landing right here. And voila. A beautiful, beautiful landing. Still, I could have moved these landing legs down a bit further to have more stability, but I didn't. But still, let's go ahead. Action Group 1. And let's keep all experiments. No! You know what? Load save. Let's see which one's later. This one right here, quick save 1. Seems like I got overzealous with the staging and pressing X, so I accidentally overstaged. Which happens. I am not the best at this game. I never said I was. But luckily, we quick saved. And we quick saved on our way to the mine. So we know we can make it. Let me do this real quick and turn our staging off so we can't accidentally do that. To turn your staging off, you have to be in the staging mode and press L1 and X. That changes it from on to off. So now I can press X right now all I want, and nothing's gonna happen. Happens. Mistakes happen. Let's go with 8,500 meters this time. To our, so we know 9,000 meters was too soon. And retrograde to the surface. Let's go 8,500 meters. Which hopefully will be good enough to bring us down where we want to go. And we're still pretty thing almost screwed me again. Okay, even 8,500 meters was not enough. Let's reset all these experiments. Go down a little bit more. We're landing again. Sorry. Didn't mean to mess up the staging like that. But might have more Delta V now, because we might be landing in a different spot that allows us to have more Delta V. So once our shadow again goes crinkly and then comes back, we will, like that. We'll do that. Kill off our stuff. Hey, we're closer to that Mun ring now. And oh, got another Mun ring right there. We got a bunch of little Mun rings and Mun surface features with the breaking ground expansion. Six, 5, 4, 3. And voila, we are landed again on the Mun. Yeah, sorry about that. And keep. Alright. Crew report. Keep. Collect all. Crew report. Keep. Collect all. And then we'll go to our scientist on EVA. Have him restore that. Let go. RCS. Oh, no! Oh man, he whacked the ground rather hard right there. And RCS, come on now. If it wasn't for those batteries, he'd just be able to climb around in there. Restore. Turn his lights on. No! Ugh. That's alright. He just fell at about, I don't know how best to describe that. Climb. Alright. Restore. Bring up this. Come up top. Land on his ship. Restore. Plant flag. Name is 5,273 meters. And edit name. Edit plaque. Second moon landing. Second moon landing, right there. We'll accept that. We'll take a surface sample. We'll EVA report. Turn on our RCS. Fly up here. And land on our science thing. Store experiments, EVA report. I guess I gotta take a surface sample from the ship. I'm standing on the ship, I guess. That's interesting. Store experiments, RCS up, and it's time for this craft to make its way back to Kerbin. Grab board. Two to hide that away. We don't need our lights on anymore. And let's make our way back to Kerbin. And 10 kilometers is our height. Look at that, we still have 580 meters per second. We got 116,000 there. Let's go prograde. I think we had, don't think we had this much. I think we had like 300 some odd at this point. But we will wait till our apparatus burn prograde till we get 10,000 meters again. Release our landing gears. And then once we get to our apparatus, we will do our burn. And so this is both a min-miss and mun landing. I guess if you want to do both at the same time, you could try to emulate this ship. Could I have designed it better? Yes, I could have. Is there better things I could have done? Yes. But this ship, which I'm going to save now, once I get back to whatnot, we'll load the quick save, and I'll actually save this ship, because it's the first time I've built a ship that landed on both min-miss and the mun. So that's what the ship's going to be. I don't normally save ships unless it's something monumental. So my Eve lander and returner, which I actually have a plan for, by the way, it will have a save file. I plan on doing like a electric helicopter kind of thing, which I know you're not going to be able to do. how close to the surface are we gonna get? It says 6,000 meters. But let's see. Let's enable time warp mode and see how close we actually get to the surface. Pretty darn close. 6,500. Yeah, pretty darn close to the surface. Let's do the speed up. Two, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. And now grow prograde. Let's go ahead and go up. 3, 2, 1. And we'll just do a little puff to get above the 10,000. I mean, I guess 7,500 will be plenty because the highest point's like 7,200. But yeah. Alright, let's see what running prograde from here will do. We have 261 meters per second left here. Add maneuver, and that will get us to 150 will get us there. And then so 160 will get us there. That'll leave us 100 meters per second left. Should be enough, actually. Should be plenty, actually. Add maneuver there. Retrograde. Right now I'm just seeing if the 100 meters per second right here is going to be enough to get a decent enough per apsis right here. Oh yeah, 100 meters per second will be barely enough. Yeah. Yeah. So 161. Yeah, so the 100 meters per second will be just enough. So let's go ahead and start our time warp. And then warp to next maneuver. So we have just enough to get to our orbital height we want. Like, just enough. But we should be able to make it to return to Kerbin without any real issues. Yeah. 3 seconds. Exit warp mode. Two hours. I don't realize how long it actually takes to play this game, because I don't have like ships already in mind of what I'll want. But yeah. And honestly, we had enough no matter what. I guarantee you we do. So even if we do not, I'm getting this ship back. And you'll see how. Alright, so now we still have 99 meters per second, which is kind of what I thought. Add maneuver there. Text mode. Let's go with L2 triangle, negative L2 triangle, 98 meters per second. And that gives us, with a per apsis, that gives us, getting pissed off. 98 meters per second. That gives us a per apsis of 33,000. So let's go with 97, 7.25 gives us 64. So 97.75. So, as you can tell, we do have enough. $7.75. So, as you can tell, we do have enough to get to our 42,000 periapsis, and we'll still have like 2 meters per second delta V, and then this 42,000 should capture us, and we shouldn't have to go back out, and if we do, it won't, hopefully it won't be much. Alright, so now let's go ahead and enter time warp mode and speed up till we're outside of Mun's orbit. Warp to next maneuver. We'll exit warp mode. So next maneuver will be that. So sometimes it's just better to enter in the speed you want or how much you want to move. You know. Beforehand. Now, what I could do is, so I don't know if you know this, but the ejection force of the ship itself is also actually gives some force, so that's a little bit extra uncounted for delta V there. Plus, your EVA packs for your Kerbals have some delta V, so if worse comes to worse, and you're at this point, at this high point, you can use the Kerbals EVA packs, and they will move very fast. It'll work very fast. So not only do you have, just make sure you're pointing in the right direction when you're using it. You have delta V from your decoupler, and then you have EVA pack delta V as well. So 1.5 seconds. So we'll go with 1 second. 4, 3, 2, 1. And now that should be, with 1 meter per second to spare, a ship that returned from from both a Minmus and Mun landing in the same time. Perhaps it's of 36,000. Let's go a little bit more pro grade right there. Like I said, I don't like going below 40 kilometers. Get you all the way down. Do I even have enough to get up to 40? I do have enough to get up to 40. Alright. So, what we're going to do is quick save right now. That is quick save. And so, if I'm not mistaken, nope, I am actually here because I did quick load from there. I am going to speed up and warp to right here. So warp mode, warp there. And the reason why I do that is because I want to keep these solar panels open as long as I can. No, I didn't forget one. I just have one, retracted because this is where the crew hatch is. So I could actually, extend that. But this will eventually get to a point where I can go retrograde. And how fast am I moving? So basically, what's happening is, yeah, I'm still returning to Kerbin at orbital velocity, orbital speeds, but I am getting so close to not what's the words I'm looking for? It's not I don't know. It's when you're orbiting the sun. Like, I'm that close to the sun's orbit, or my escape velocity orbit, that coming in here from this orbital height is basically like returning almost from an orbit, the most basic sun orbit you can get, because you are coming in from pretty darn fast. Alright, I'm just retracting everything for one solar panel so that I can come in here and not worry about, solar panels messing with me. And let's enable time warp mode. And let's go down to 30, 20, 10. It's 150,000, 140, 130, 100,000, 90,000. There we go. And now that we're at 90,000, we're going to retract this last solar panel so it doesn't break. We can get our most out of the actual parts breaking. So we have 40,000 kilometers and 67 million meters is our orbital height. 40 kilometers is 67 million meters. Yeah. And we are entering the atmosphere now. I am going to... I don't normally get a text from her at like 2 in the morning. I am going to... Oh wait, yeah, that's right. I messed up, and I didn't mess up, but I made it so stages couldn't automatically deploy. So I'm going to deploy my lower stage right now. It's going to separate away from us, and it should explode in the atmosphere and slow down and everything and all that fun stuff. And let's go back to a maneuver mode. And look at that, we're already almost to a mooner orbit. Oh, my heat shield's actually overheating. Look at that. We're not even at our periapsis, and we're already at a mooner level from whatnot. So it doesn't take a lot to get to that point. So I don't like going below the 40,000. Ooh, my other heat shields are starting to overheat now too. All my heat shields are overheating. Oh, and hey, that was the lower stage exploding before us, or parts of it. It wasn't anything we had that are exploding. But yeah. So we are slowing down very rapidly. Things are getting kind of toasty. Jebediah is just like, well, yep. Expecting stuff to crash. Ooh, that was more explosions from that lower stage over there because it got too hot. And we are slowing down rather fast, which is good. This is what I want. So we are going back up now, but we should be, yeah, entering and stopping from our. And hey, our stuff's cooling down because we are slowing down enough that it's not starting to overheat anything. And there's mountains over there. Where are we landing from? Or at? We will not be landing at the Kerbal Space Center. I'm sure of that, because that's on the other side of the world right now. We're already here at a... we're going back up again, but we are about to have our apoapsis height reach the 70,000 here in about, I don't know, I'd say 20 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, I guess not. I was off by a lot. But it should drop enough that we are, I mean, we don't have to worry about going into the Mund's orbital path and messing with any of that kind of stuff. But hopefully we should not be. So I don't do any calculations when I do this. I just make it and see how much delta V it should take in the whatchamacallit, in the from online, about how much it should take right around, and I try to add a little bit more because I'm not the most efficient flyer at all, which obviously you could see because I had a 4,000, 5,000 delta V fucking rocket, but I didn't, I only landed on the Mun and Midness. Yeah. And still slowing down, but we're not. I don't know if we're gonna. I think we're gonna actually go back into space. I did not want to do that. I wanted to just go up and come back down. Or not even re-enter space. Just go up and or come down and just keep on. Keep on keeping on. Yeah. Alright, well. So I know I said we're not landing at the Kerbal Space Center, which we're not, because that's right there, and we're right here. We're heading that way around. But we were close to, or we just flew by it. And this is the continent after. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think every landmass is connected in Kerbin. Like, you could go everywhere without ever leaving except for down here. There we go. Actually, yeah, every landmass is connected except for this one island right here, or the little islands out here. Like, this is the only thing that's not connected. It's a large landmass. It's that one there. Because even this South Pole is connected right here. So yeah, that is I did not actually expect to see that. But we're definitely landing now. There's no doubt about it. This is the last time we're entering. Hopefully we land in this watery stuff, but it looks like we're going to be passing over some land when we're landing. And hopefully we have enough drag to actually land without messing up. Because I might have came in at too high of an angle of attack at 40,000. I might have needed to be at 45 to do this. So let's look at our surface speeds right now. 2200. And we want to be right around 10,000 by right about there to 1500. I don't know if we'll be able to make it. We'll see. We will see. But I do have drogue chutes on, so that should help us out a lot if we're not. So if you're adding drogue chutes, it should be a little bit faster by that point. But yeah, see, look, we're still descending, and our periapsis is deep in the Kerbins, whatnot, and our abrapsis is now below the 70,000. It's slowing down really fast. Hopefully we land in water. I want to land in water. I like landing in water. I don't plan these things. I don't do a lot of planning on where or how to land. If I factored in more Delta V into my ships and TWR and all this other fun stuff, I could figure out where I wanted to land and land where I want to land, but I don't know, I'm just too lazy to do that. I want to just send this and then land it. And little known fact, but the closer you land to the Kerbal Space Center, the more money you get from the parts. And I think that's just because, you know, the game takes into shipping the parts into account. Oh yeah, we're going to make it. 1,500 meters per second by that. Yeah, we've made it. Even without the drogue chutes, we made it. Now, could you land at Kerbin without any of this re-entry heating? Yeah, you could. No doubt about it. But where's the fun in that? Look, we're at 800 meters per second. There. Release these drogue chutes to slow ourselves down even faster. reach the main chutes, slow us down even more. And that's it. We will land successfully without any real issues. Yeah. We don't need these heat shields anymore. So once we can do this and jettison these heat shields. But because of how close they are to the how fast we are moving, it's not going to actually jettison and get them away from the craft. But once we do end up, you know, slowing down, we should be right at 2,000 meters, because that's when our stuff is our drogue chutes deploy. It'll slow us down really fast. Those things fell. And then still falling about 40 meters per second, which is too fast, so you wouldn't be able to just land this stuff with the drogue chutes. But now we fell down fast enough where we can, you know, I need to start using the drogue chutes more often. I know I've used it in the last 2 videos and last 2 crafts actually, but I don't normally use drogue chutes. It's not something I do. I guess that they would be more, you know, warranted for if you're actually playing with G-forces on, because going from 200 meters per second to 6 meters per second might knock out your Kerbals, versus 40 meters per second to 6 meters per second. So, you know, yeah. Now we wait on this to actually come down. We can turn our lights on just to have our lights on and say hi. But we're landing in the water, which I like. I like landing in the water. And yeah, this craft will be the craft again to gather the Kerbals. Not really, no. Not this craft. A craft like it, but not this one. Because I'm not going to need all the science units. I'm not going to need all that stuff. I'm just going to need the crew space. So everything below that. I'm not going to need the staging. The onion style staging. I can just use the the single whatnot, and that should give me enough extra delta V in the lower stage, circular eyes, and yeah, it's a lot of other stuff. But I do plan on rescuing those 2 Kerbals when the time comes. And I'm going to do this because I like that view. Just the sun setting while we're landing. Or maybe it's the sun rising. I don't know. No, it's definitely the sun setting, based on the direction we came in. Now, I don't know why, but the seas are extremely calm whenever you're landing in Kerbal, especially at Kerbin. But being someone that's actually, you know, been places. Yeah, let's get that experiment and recover the vessel. And yeah, being somewhere that's actually, I don't know, flown over the ocean is never that smooth. It's extremely choppy actually most of the time. Like, I don't know. I've never been in deep ocean, but around the land masses, like as close as we were, it's normally, you know, a lot more wavy. Not necessarily white cresting waves, but a lot more. 1,000 science right there, but a lot more wavy than what this stuff is at Kerbin. Alright, let's unlock more tech tree stuff. So we have 160. Let's get that big engines. What do I want? If I'm going to be making a relay, I'm going to want that satellite dish. I'm actually going to want that satellite dish. But I want that satellite dish. And that, and that. And larger landing gears. Yeah, air brakes. Yeah, that's what I'll kind of want from that, is the air brakes. I'm going to want a few of this stuff, actually. Definitely want that, because we're going to be docking. I'm going to want the bigger docking ports. 160. Yeah, let's get that. So I don't normally use these Separatrons, but I should be using them. Basically what they do is when I have my staging break apart, I can make it so the stuff gets far enough away from the craft to actually, you know, separate. And then hinges and that stuff. But yeah, look, we almost have the entire tech tree. It doesn't take long to knock out the tech tree at all. But what does take long is to build massive ships with a limited budget, because you have to build up your budget. Anyway, 1.7 million. Let's upgrade you, so you're fully upgraded. 940,000. 1.6 million. I didn't have enough to upgrade that one. 75,000. Yeah, let's upgrade you too, so I have action groups in both of those. And let's upgrade you, so now you're a fully upgraded runway, and you're fully upgraded. Surface outpost on the Mun, space around the Mun. Temperature surveys, min-miss, don't ever do these ones, so that requires you to be in very specific areas. I mean, if you want to, go for it, but I will never do one of those. Rescue, yes. Because it's the first rescue I have. Surface outpost. Alright, and decline. Rescue, decline, and rescue. There we go. We got 4 rescues, so we can actually do a rescue. So we have our 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 from the orbit of the Mun. And that's going to be 4 new Kerbals added to our space program. And I'm getting 160,000 for that. How much did that craft cost that landed? I don't even need to land on. I'm going to use the same craft as is, except I'm going to take away all the science, add in another. So I'll be able to fit all my Kerbals into this craft, open craft. To delete that craft, yeah, no, open that craft right there, and we will save it as Mun slash. This slash did not look right. Min-miss. Lander. Could I have done it better with, you know, less delta V? Yeah, I could have, because honestly, I did not. First off, I do not need these on here right now. I can take this down. I do not need that. And believe it or not, I do want the lights. But I need to set these to 2. Actually put them in a way that makes it viable for me to use. Anyway, I do not need, oh, you know, I'm going to keep those on there. I do not need these 2 big science units. So, that made my capabilities a lot better. So we had 5,000 units of Delta V total in the upper stages, 384 plus another 900, so it's 43 plus another 650 is 48, 49 plus another 523, 5,400 units of Delta V, and then now I have 3,200 units. So yeah, and oh yeah, that's right, I'm recovering 4 Kerbals, so I need to do this utility because I can only fit 3 inside of there. I'll put you on there like that. Now I have 4 Kerbal. Actually, I have 5 Kerbal capabilities. So crew, get rid of you. Nope, you, and you. And add Valentina in there. She will rescue everybody. And that is who I want. Hatch is obstructed from here, so we'll have to transfer when we get to whatever electrical charge generated, but storage lacking. Consumer receiving limited monopropellant. Yeah, I could always, you know, add batteries to this. Actually, I'm going to do that just so I don't forget. But big point up is let's add 4 of these bad boys, and then 4 lights because I need to be using lights more often. And I know I say that all the time, but I don't normally use lights, and I want to, and I should, because it makes seeing things a lot better. And then now if I do this, this entire craft is going to be lit up. You'll be able to see everything. So as it lights up, you'll be able to see everything up here. That's what I want. Anyway, so hatch obstructed means that they can't get out there. I don't care about that because they'll just EVA. Missing ladder, don't care about that because they're not actually landing anywhere, and where we do land, we can use, you know, EVA packs. So 120,000 for this craft, and one of these recoveries is 120,000 return. So one of these recoveries actually pays for my recovery. Yeah, I'd say it's good enough. Let's go ahead and come back here. But now we can actually do this. And action groups, custom 1, toggle my solar panels. Custom 2, toggle my antenna, because this is a fully upgraded thing. We can actually use action groups now. And launch. Alright, so rescuing Kerbals from Kerbin, or from the Mun, or whatnot, doesn't take a whole lot. And hopefully, actually, I should get to orbit before I get to my upper stage. but we'll see. We will see. Man, I didn't even get to building my relay yet, which I will do. I just want more science. I mean, I've got a good enough relay to build a relay now, a relay network. But yeah, I just want more science just because. And we will launch. And this should be a lot easier to control now because it does have, you know, less weight, less upper mass on its payload. Eventually I will get a fairing large enough to cover all this stuff, but for now that'll be that. Yeah. Again, I'm going up to 100 meters per second, and then I'm going to start my gravity turn. And we will see how everything goes. Oh, a little bit too aggressive right there. And I forgot. Nope. Click out. I gotta always make sure I see that stupid mouse before I move it. Forgot to set that to again. You'll hear me say that all the time for a while, actually, probably with these videos. But knowing your apparatus and parallaxis tights and times 2, it's actually very, very good to do that. If you noticed, we don't have anywhere near as much weight as we used to have. So like, I can save this or figure out and then load the other craft in and see how much weight it actually had versus this one. But I forget what the actual math is. But it takes a ridiculously large amount of fuel to get 1 pound of whatever into orbit. And it is, yeah, not something I want to ever deal with. So the less weight you have, the better. It's like exponentially better. So you notice, instead of slowing down right away when we release those, like we did before, we're actually speeding up as soon as we release. That means we have that much less weight on this craft. We didn't change the engines at all. We did not change the engines. I did not put the more powerful engines on here, which if I did, I'd have much better gimbal range and easily could have made this mission with that other craft. But yeah, I did not. So now I'm trying to gain some horizontal speed as well as vertical speed right now, because we are at 50 kilometers. We do have a lot of, you know, time to get to wherever we're going, 52 kilometers. Let's go up a little bit so that our time to apparatus starts going up. So yeah, this is already a lot more efficient, and I shouldn't have to use my upper stage circularize at all with this. And once I hit 70 kilometers, I'm gonna go prograde. I'll need to for a little bit, but not anywhere near as much time as I did before, because I was already on at this point in the flight my other stage. And now go prograde. That, and I just think Valentina's a better pilot than Jeb. I've always had better control with Valentina than I have with Jeb. You notice I can now move my solar panels with just those action groups now instead of burn away from that. And once we get to our apparatus height, we should have plenty of force to get to our orbital height, orbital speed. $14, $13, $11, $10, $9, $8, $7, $6, $5, $4, $3, $2, $1, and go. So I don't know if you remember, but I had not gotten to orbit at all with the last one, with the last right away, and I have enough Delta V to get to orbit now without releasing all of the first set of this onion. But I didn't have that. I had to actually use part of the next stage of the onion. And basically, about 900 meters per second is what you need to get to Minmus's orbit. Hold on, let's do this a little bit. 70 kilometers right there. Those guys are gone. And now we need to come up here and hide all the debris, so I don't want to look at it. Alright, so we have 4 ships. Actually, we have a ship really close to our ship right now. Alright, so if we set this ship as the target, our closest point, look at that, we're already close to one of our recovery ships, which is Hadri's. Do we have Hadri, or is she one of the ones that we have, we don't have? Iki, max point. No, we do not, but we will get her. Or him. I don't know what it is, him or her. And we'll recover all of these Kerbals from Kerbin's orbit. And basically, we've got our separation right here. So when we're here, they will be there. So let's go ahead and take at our ascending node. Add maneuver there. Retrograde it a little bit. and that won't work because our periapsis. Honestly, we should be close enough here. What's the separation? 57 kilometers. Yeah. Retrograde to target. And 57 kilometers away, we will warp to right about there. We'll burn retrograde to target until we're at 0. And then we'll burn towards target, and that should get us a time to actually get there. And about 15 kilometers there. And now let's go here, burn towards the target. Should be burning towards the target. Well, that'll be for there. Let's see my... Yeah. And that should bring these two nodes very close right there. Approach info, 23 kilometers, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13 kilometers right there. Alright, and then we'll go retrograde to target, and we'll lose that separation, which will get us back into an orbit, which our apparatus is right now at 92. Let's see, how long does it say we have? 300 and 54.3 there. L2 in triangle. Negative 352.3, and that should be 2 minutes. No, 26 seconds. So we'll do that. And at 26 seconds, we will have our staging stuff. Or we'll be at 13 seconds from the maneuver node, so I don't want to sink into the actual atmosphere. And hey, let's turn our lights on as well. How close does it say we are going to be? 13 kilometers. It says 12 kilometers right here. 11 kilometers. 10 kilometers. 9 kilometers. That thing lied to me. Eight kilometers. 2. Alright, so now I'm going to deactivate all these engines, because I only need the one engine right now going, because that's a lot of force right now for these. Now let's go aim towards the target. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, so 1 kilometer about is our whatnot. And 1.5 kilometers, what that says, and this is 1.4. We'll see how close we actually are to the craft. There we go, that's better. I should have put that hitchhiker storage unit on this craft, because we do have 6 Kerbals to rescue, not just the 4. And adding that would have put an extra 2, which would have given us 1 more than 2 more. I don't know what happened to my other craft stuff, though. And yeah, so basically, to get a rendezvous, you want to get close to the target, burn retrograde relative to the target until you're 0, then burn towards the target and retrograde relative, and then yeah. Three, 2, 1. Get that. And then we will go. So if she was level 3, she'd be able to do her, whatchamacallit, towards and away from target automatically. It says we have 900 meters. I doubt it. Let's go ahead and do retrograde. Let's bring our solar panels in, because don't want to accidentally destroy those. Yeah, so hopefully you've been following along with the gameplay. You should have 4 Kerbals. You're about to get another 6 Kerbals. And that'll put you at 10, which should be plenty for now. Yeah, I'm just looking at this. 1 minute 46 seconds. I'm gonna enter time warp mode and make that go a little bit quicker. Retrograde to target. And aim towards target. Aim towards the target. retrograde to target. Enter time warp mode. 600, 500, 400, 300, 200 meters. I like how it says intersect 1 at 354, but it's saying I'm 200 meters away right now. Don't ever use the intersect nodes to be approximates, but don't ever use it as an actual point. $130, $120. Two, one, and exit time warp mode, and aim towards the target. Whoop, that's retrograde. Towards the target. Retrograde to target. Basically, so we got to keep on doing in order to get a decent maneuver node, or a decent encounter with a ship or something like that. It's basically what you have to do for getting an encounter with a sphere of influence, except you're not actually, I don't know how to say this, best way to say this would be, you're not actually it's not as precise. Hey, there's the sun, or Kerbal. And now, honestly, I can just do this and point this towards the target. Ooh, where's towards target? There you are. Shine my happy-go-lucky little light on it. Zoom out till I find the right there, crew hatch, EVA. Turn on your lights, your SAS and your RCS. Zoom in. And now just have you move towards the craft, because honestly, that's that. And then you're bored. Right click, transfer crew. What did I get, by the way? Probably a scientist. Oh, another pilot. Nice. Transfer crew. Hardy to the storage unit. Use one and get my solar panels back out. We will now max point, set that as target, and go away from retrograde to orbit, go prograde to orbit, and start burning until our points get close together. basically what's going to happen is I'm going to wait on that purple one to go all the way around to meet back with this purple one, burn retrograde again, and yeah. And whoop. And zoom in. Prograde until the approach info. Oh, retrograde. I went a little bit too overzealous. And have you thrust limiter way down. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 300, 200, 100 meters, under 100 meters right there. And then I can go to target, retrograde target. And you guys still have a lot of fuel in you left? Yeah, you do. Well, not a lot, but enough. We'll warp there. Humongous high orbit. So the reason why I did it that way is because you're not going to have a huge margin of error with these, because right now the per apsis is right at 81,000, so we have 11,000 meters, which is not a lot. Now sometimes the orbits are set up so you can go into a dive orbit, but these ones, in order to catch up quickly, you're not going to be able to do a dive orbit with them. You're going to have to keep on either going around and around and around and around and around till you find a good orbit, or you're going to just run a dive orbit. And let me do this right here real quick and get you all the way back up. And let's activate engine. I should have done this. And let's activate engine. Should have done this a while ago. 6 seconds away. 3, 2. I undershot that. Started burning way too late. And I can release those. Ten, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now I'm heading back towards that target. And should get there in 5 minutes. Let me do this right here too, so I don't accidentally blow my stage up. That would have been bad. But anyway. Sorry. Whistling is not the greatest. 40. Retrograde and 3, 2, exit warp mode. And look at that. Right next to each other. And EVA max point. And max point is another pilot. I never get lucky enough to get 2 pilots in a row. Alright. We have 3 pilots on this ship. Grab. Board. Transfer crew. Max point gets transferred to here. And then get rid of target. And then we'll go to... Do we have Kazu on this ship? Nope, we do not have Kazu. And then Ellie's is the next one. Set as target. Start running prograde to orbit until our points get close. Realized that my approach info that's what I wanted, and whoop. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 2 kilometers. Oop. Other direction now. No, not that one. That one. And let's go ahead and thrust limiter. Oh, not that far down. There you go. 0.008. meters. Thrust limiter all the way up to target in retrograde. How fast will I be going to it? 300 meters per second. We got this. Let's warp here. Let's get our solar panels out so we can get some electric charge. And let's do this. And add maneuver right there. And what is it gonna be? Add maneuver right there. And it's at what, 329? It's going to be 21 seconds. So that's about 10 seconds. Holding in retrograde to target. We'll see that. Slowly moving. Slowly moving. Enable warp mode. 40, 30. Exit warp mode. There we go, that's better. Retrograde to target. And there we go. Our next target. And there you are. Where is this stupid crew hatch at? Ah, man. Retrograde to target. Let's see this bitch. And now towards the target, because I'm going to point directly at you so I can find this stupid... There you are. EVA. Let go. SAS, RCS, and lights. Start heading towards this ship. And the other side. Oop. Grab the thing, stupid ship. I'm bored. Now what did I get? An engineer. All right. Now, last one should be right here, and that is Elks. Which I'm pretty sure I don't have Elks. Engineer, pilot, pilot. Yeah. Alright. Now I just need a female scientist, and that will allow me to have an entire female team. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 300, 100 meters, and 317. That's at, you know, that level. 18 seconds, so warp to next maneuver. Target retrograde at 9 seconds. Get one out. So I can get some more power. Let's go with 5 seconds, actually. I'll start burning at 5 seconds. On 9 seconds from intersect. Yeah, I can do just that. 11, 10, 9. Not radial out. What am I doing? I mean, I guess radial out was close to target, or it brought me close to it. Retrograde to target. Get my solar panels back out so I can gain more electricity back out again. So now, this next one, I am going to create the relay. I'm not. I didn't lie to you guys about that. But it's going to be created towards target. It's going to be created with the next launch, actually. It's going to be my satellite relay. It's going to take a little while to create the craft, and the reason why it's going to be with the next launch is because the next launch will also rescue the last Kerbal that is in my rescue list. Another pilot! I never get this many pilots. Rescued. So who you get is going to be determined on the game. I normally get a crap ton of... Our next two Kerbals are going to be on the Mud. I normally get a crap ton of scientists and engineers. And, like, normally I get... For every scientist and engineer, I get... Or every pilot, I get, like, 2 or 3 scientists and engineers. So... That is that, actually. So now I'm going to be creating this maneuver. And I just want the bare minimums encounter. I don't care about it being too low of an apparatus because I don't know the heights of the Kerbals in orbit, and I'm only collecting one Kerbal, so yeah, it is what it is. But I have more than enough Delta V to get back from the Mun right now. With 800, that gives me 900 units to get back, which I did it with 200 last time. I mean, I guess give me another little bit, but I have enough to get back. And if I don't, I do. Alright. Time warp. Warp's next maneuver. And yeah. But this is a real-time tutorial, by the way, which is why these videos take so long. It's because it's real time. It's not 42:21 seconds. It's not actually me just, you know, editing this stuff. I want you guys to see how long it actually takes, and that way you guys don't get flustered when you see a Mun landing in 30 minutes or 45 minutes or an hour, when obviously it took me 8 hours of gameplay to actually land on the Mun from starting out. And I wouldn't say I'm a good player. I'm not a beginner, but I'm still somewhat of a noob. Oh, I missed my node time. I don't care. I'll get my encounter as is. So I'll eventually see which one's which. My earpiece went out, and my headphones. At least one of them did. One of my earpieces went out on my headphone. Tight. Alright, so I have 871 meters per second there left. And go ahead and time warp up. And then what's our new parabosis over here? 116,000 from 76,000. 5. And we will cut it all the way down. Want to go retrograde. I want to warp there. I don't know if I'll be able to do this. We'll see. Alright. Set as target. Alright. So the aporapsis is at 14 and perapsis is at 10. Let's go ahead and subtract to there. My perapsis is at 15. So now, if I go to my perapsis, add maneuver there. At intersect, which is right at my perapsis. If I want you set to intersect 4 kilometers with 0.9 meters per second. 200 kilometers, 27, 3, 26, 16, 44, 28, 20. So I'm just playing with prograde and retrograde at the maneuver 3. I guess 3 is the closest I'll be able to get right now. And we will warp to the next maneuver. To target. Alright, so I have 485 meters per second. Yeah, I have enough to get back to Kerbin, I think. Uh, 193. Yeah, I got enough to get back to Kerbin after this maneuver node. Not much more, but I do have enough. Whew. I went too far. And it was too powerful. And it was too powerful again. Thrust limiter all the way down, all the way down. Not all the way down, but you know, all the way down. Not all the way, not 0, but almost 0. All right. Okay. So there we go. Relative speed of 193, retrograde to target. Set you up. And add maneuver. What is it? Negative 193.5. Negative 93.5, and that is 7 seconds, so 4 seconds. So 4 seconds from my actual target. Oh, nice. L1 and triangle does that. So let's do this. So 4 seconds from my target is when I need to start burning. Yeah. Let's see. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10. 8, 6, 5, 4. Let's see. How is this going? Like I said, 417 kilometers versus 3 kilometers away from target right now here. And 2.9, 2.8, and I'm getting a little closer, even though so don't normally pay much attention to that. You do want to look at that intersect node to get your times for burns, but don't really care much about the intersect nodes for times for burns. I think 2.5 kilometers is as close to the ship I'm gonna get. So let's go towards the target. That's away from target. I want to go towards the target. Retrograde to target. Refract the solar panels so they don't get damaged. What am I getting now? Am I getting another pilot? Am I getting the female engineer? Or the female scientist? Or male pilot, male scientist, male engineer? I don't know. We don't know. We will never know until we actually get the Kerbals. But we will be getting these Kerbals. And yeah. And we are currently running towards, so yeah, this will be fun. Oh man, you might actually see me use my other thing that I say I do or want to do. 600 meters. 500 meters. Meters. 300 meters. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now let's go ahead and exit time warp mode, because I don't know why I didn't. Go towards target there a little bit, and then retrograde from target. Says 72 meters is what we're going to be looking at. I was wondering why lights weren't on. Let's see. After I return with this vessel to Kerbin, I will yeah, lights on these craft make it a lot easier to see everything. We're going to be closer to 70 meters. at 66 meters, 65, 64, 59. Once it starts going up, I'll slow down and then aim towards the target again. 49. Alright. And that is that. Towards the target so I can actually try to see it. Alright. Crew hatch. EVA. It's a female scientist. Nice. Here we go. I have an entire crew of females to be able to fly away. I wouldn't have had enough Delta V to get to and grab another Kerbal if I had it. Even if I did have the space for it. Cannot board a full module. Kazu and Elki. No. Let go. Cannot board a full module. Oh, it is a full module. Fuck. Let's zoom in. And let's find your craft again. Which is unknown and unseen. So let's move back towards this ship. Oh, there's your craft. Alright. Switch back to you. I didn't have enough crew capacity. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Oh man, this entire thing. Oh well. I'll have enough crew capacity on the next one. Add maneuver. Let's go to next orbit. And let's run prograde. How much Delta V do I have? But 257. 200. 208. 207. 6, 5, 4, 3. It's at 196. And then 196 and 257 gives me 61. Yeah, 61 meters per second. I maneuver there. Will not give me that. Okay, so I cannot get a return from there, but if I move my maneuver node to this maneuver that's already over, to right there. Alright. And go prograde there. The 200 and the 199 there. That will raise you there. That will give me 57 meters per second. So if I go right here, add maneuver here, negative 57. We'll do that. But if I take you, and as you are right now, and move you along the orbit. Oop. To right there. And add maneuver there. To negative 57. To 112 there. Negative 57 gets me at 406 million. You guys will get to see it. 46 even. 759. You guys are going to be able to see it. Alright, so now, right there. Will I get a min-miss encounter? I will get a Munria counter at 2 million. 900,000, 800,000, 500,000, 300,000, 200,000, 100,000. Oh. 43,000. So no, I will not get a mid-miss encounter again. Alright. So now we'll warp to next maneuver. And we're going to do this. Oh no. $199.6, remember that. $199.590. $204. Oh, it's a little bit too far. 205. And that gives us 52 meters per second. Then add maneuver there. Negative 52 gives us a per apsis of 2 million, which I think is reasonable right now. And now if I go to 52, 53, 61 is 60. $113, 1,209,000, 700,000, 400,000, 200,000, 100,000, 60,000, 15,000. So I can get all the way down. Alright, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Is warp to next maneuver. Hold on now. Add maneuver. Set 50, 205, and let's see, 57 is 53. Two seven 2718 786 736 563. Not enough to actually matter, but this will be good. No, that's not what I wanted. Warp to next maneuver. So 3.5 seconds. I know what I'm about to do might seem cheaterish, but you gotta do what you gotta do to get your Kerbins back, or Kerbals back. I want this done the most efficient I can do it. Oh no. Let's see, it's 1 second. Got 1 second of delta V left. So, right on the maneuver mode node. 2 hours. 1 hour. 44, 48, 40, 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 13, 12, 11, and 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1. 30 seconds. Alright. Maneuver mode 2 million. You ready for this, Valentina? No, you're gonna have to stay in. Kazu is gonna EVA. Let go. It's going to put your lights on. SAS and RCS. And alright, ready? Do it. RCS thrusting with a Kerbal to lower my periapsis. Or so I'm at apoapsis height right now about, and basically I'm slowing down, or I'm pushing the craft itself because I didn't have enough thrust. And Kerbals have unlimited EVA suit capabilities. So you see, as the monopropellant is at 2.4, 2.3. Once I get to about 0.75, I'll stop pushing and get back on the ship, and then get back out, and it will have a... yeah. It will have moved the ship some. Which it works. Doesn't have ridiculously good TWR, but these EVA suits have 500 meters per second delta V about for just the Kerbal itself. Board. So 2.1 million. 2.16158. I need Valentina to stay in here because she has to let go RCS, SAS, and lights, because she has to make sure this can stay in pointing prograde or retrograde. This is a rather larger ship too, so it's going to take a bit longer. Basically, I'm trying to drop down another 20 meters per second, roughly. And by pushing on the heat shield ablator. Which I think I'm going to get 3 meters per second about per push, so yeah. Was not expecting this. Did not calculate enough fuel, but I am pushing it, and it is working. Yeah, so basically you can get into Minimus's orbit with just the EVA suit. Yeah. These EVA suits are overpowered. And if you're in the Mun's orbit, just the Kerbal itself should be able to get into a planetary orbit. Yeah, I gotta watch this EVA monopropellant, because if I run out, this Kerbal's stranded. Seven, 75. So I lost. What was that? 52 to 48. 4 meters per second. I'm at 1.7 million meters now. Ah, man. Oh, man. It works. I'm not saying it's the best option, nor will I say it's a practical option in the real life, because your suits would deteriorate unless you had like a place you could hold on to or strap yourself onto that would prevent the suit from tearing. That, in real life, you have limited monopropellant. A way they'd be able to patch this is if your tanks had, from their suit propellant, you'd be able to add up onto that. So yeah, like I said, I will make it back. These Kerbals will not be stranded on the orbit. It's just, not necessarily the most conventional and best way to do this, because I am, using stuff. Like I said, in all honesty, as long as you are not in an atmosphere, technically you can get anywhere with just a command pod in the whatnot. Technically. But I don't like doing. How much do I actually have left over when I start with 0.75? 0.76 gets me to grab 0.71. Oh, I'm going all the way down to 0.2 now. 1.4 million EVA. Let go. Going all the way to 0.2 now. If it gave me not even half a thing, yeah, I'm going all the way down to 0.2. Oh, man. Actually, I have another way I can do this. That would actually probably be a little bit quicker. So I don't know if you know this, but I have monopropellant on this craft. Not a lot, but I do have some. So once I get to my whatnot, now I only have the spin capabilities, or left to right, you know, translating left, right, up, and down. But if I were to point this directly north to the nav ball, and then use the sideways monopropellant capabilities, I would be able to do this as well. Which I do have those capabilities. But I'm going to do this till I get to here. Oh man. 50, 40, 30, 20, 20. Grab. Look at that. 0.4. Board. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. How much monopropellant do I have left in this thing? I still have 30. Yes. So, you're going to point north. Like that. And then I'm going to go to this mode right here. Turn on my RCS. And do that. And there we go. Look at that. With my SAS and RCS modules, I will get this thing to a low enough orbit. 829,000. I mean, I guess I could just do this right here and check. 892,000. Yeah. This works a lot better. I like this. 818,000. Oop. Well, let's hold you. First off, turn the RCS off. Radial out. Turn RCS back on. I think I need 25. I'm gonna try 25 meters per second. Let's see where that goes to. I mean, this works. A lot better than the Kerbals, you know, pushing the ship. Oh, I don't have forward and backwards, so I can't do this one right here. But I do have side and side. $26, $25. That flipping says that I was low enough to deorbit and everything. So you think it does have enough to get back? Yeah. Using RCS thrusters. 38. I want it right at 40. $39. I guess I'll take 41. Yeah, 41. Staging mode, docking mode, turn my RCS off, maneuver mode, I want staging mode, and retrograde. Yeah, now that is how you deorbit if you don't run out of fuel in that one thing. Now, yeah. It works. Trust me. It's not the most aesthetic, but it works. I forgot I had fucking sorry. I forgot I had RCS capabilities. Mostly because I didn't put any RCS thrusters on this thing. Up. Bring my solar panels in and everything. Per abscess of 41,000, which should slow us down. And there we go. Exit time warp mode. That should slow us down enough. Hopefully. Yeah. That RCS, I completely forgot that I had it. This thing has RCS built in. Oh man. Completely forgot about it. Look how fast that thing is dropping. I don't want to be able to stage again. My ablator is starting to overheat again. Now, is it possible to, land at Kerbin without having the heating? Yeah, I guess if you have enough fuel tanks on orbital reentry. But, I mean, I still have to create a satellite relay network. It's gonna be fun. Oh well, I will do it. It will be done. Which honestly, satellite relay network's not that hard to make. Basically, I'll basically be using this ship, except slightly modified with more Delta V, because I plan on going to the Mun and recovering the other two Kerbals that I left on Mun orbit while I'm making this relay network. So, yeah. That'll be fun. But I'll have enough Delta V to do this entire thing. I know I will. But yeah, basically all the satellites will be connected. Basically this piece right here will be connected. And I'll have all the satellites come out of it. And I'll actually use the fairing for this little piece up here. And like I said, I'm going to have 3 satellite networks. So, yeah. I'll show you how to make the mass satellite relays and everything like that. What's my apparatus? 720. I'm definitely going to be landing with this next stage again. The lights are on, and you can see the ship. And these drogue chutes are not something I normally think about. But they work. Coming back around, and now I'm definitely landing again. Like this one's the stage where I'm actually definitely going to be landing in. Exit warp mode. Because I had 700,000, it'll drop down, and I'll actually get around the land, and I'll get a bunch of Kerbals, and then I have to do this. But yeah, not only will this relay network be a relay network, you can set it up at any height. I'm going to set it up at Kerbal synchronous orbit. So that is actually bringing up my phone. I am going to go to the bathroom after this plane lands so that I can go to the bathroom and come back. But I will be building this satellite relay network, and we will be doing the relay network this episode. Yeah, I kind of underestimated the amount of space I needed. I definitely should have put the other unit on here. I also definitely should have put more fuel in here. So I thought I'd have enough, but then I realized that instead of having just 4, if I would have just done the 4 that the game says I have right now, then yeah, I'd have just had to do those 4. But I don't. I have more than those 4 to do. And there we go, heading to a lower orbit. Let's see now. Coming to here, waiting on my phone to load. Alright, so the minimum line of sight orbit for Kerbin is 600,000 meters with 2,863 meters and 2,863,334 meters with the orbital period of 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 9.4 seconds. You can do a satellite console for 3 satellites. Your apparatus can be at 4,327,726.7 meters, but your periapsis is 2,863,334. Or if you do a dive orbit, which is I like to do a lot of, it's 2,863,334 for apoapsis and 1,222,730 meters for periapsis. So I do dive orbits a lot more for the simple reason of it's less delta V expensive. Now, when I make my satellites, they have more than enough to do both, apoapsis and periapsis burns. But that's beside the point. Get my drogue shoots out to slow us down. Even though we don't really need it, I can deploy my jets and my heat shields. I can deploy my regular shoots right now too. While this craft is landing, because it's going to land without any issues, I am going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. And I'm back, and it looks like we're landing in the water. Which is very interesting. Man, these lights are making my electric charge drop drastically. And now we wait. Yeah. But yeah, I'm going to show you how to do this. We're not going to get any science from this, nor will we get any science from putting these in synchronous orbits. And so you can't really do a synchronous orbit of the Mun, because that's going to be outside of the Mun's sphere of influence. But you should be able to do one in both Minmus and Kerbin. And I'm going to screenshot that so I have the picture and go to Minmus. I want KSP stock. Minmus info is going to be, let's see, synchronous orbit of Minmus is at 357,000 meters. 357,941. Meters, and minimum line of sight for Minmus is for a dive is 60,000 meters. I'll put a link to the actual web page I use for these calculators in the description when I actually fill out the description, because right now it's blank because I'm not going to put. It makes it easier, quicker for me to get to the actual. Oh, there went the controller. to the actual video and commentary and everything if I just do the name and no tags or anything. I can update the tags and everything later on, and it's easier to update it on my phone than it is on the PlayStation, and I don't have a computer. So well, there we are, splashdown. Killed all the fishies with my lights on. Let's recover the vessel. And we should have a couple more, a little bit more money. But I'm going to create the recovery vessel, or not the recovery, the satellite launching vessel from this craft. Yeah, it's not going to be that humongous. Alright, so here we're gonna keep the same whatnot. So let's see. Yeah, Minmus sphere of influence, synchronous orbit is at 357,941. I got a, and then Mun is line of sight is 200,000 meters. We can do same height for the Mun, but yeah, that will work for the Mun, because minimum line of sight is 200,000 meters on the Mun, and I want it above that. It'll be at 357,000, so that'll work. So basically what I'm going to do is come up here, same craft and everything, get rid of this because I don't need that. Some batteries on here. Just so it has it. And then I am going to coupling. Add this guy right here. So normally you would add it, yeah, like that, with the arrow pointing up. Yeah. Let's lower this down some. We will add this engine here. It's a tiny little engine. Where are you? Yeah, my little terrier. Right there. A fuel tank. Payload. Fuel tanks are up here. Dude, I'm an idiot. I play this game so much, and yet I don't know where my fuel tanks are. Alright. Okay, so fuel tank, and then I will have my probe core right here. Alright, I want up here. Pods, probe core, which I'm going to want. This one. I think I want that one. With prograde, retrograde, and stability assist, yep. Alright, let's go with, do I want fuel tanks or do I want structural? I'm gonna want structural. And get this guy right here. So basically what I'm doing is I am creating a little satellite right here. So we have this satellite right here. It's going to be one of the satellite motherships, basically, that sends the satellites around. And basically what I'm going to do is come over here to the coupling right here. Oh. To the engine right there. No, I want it like this. That's what I want to do. Reroute the part from the entire craft to up here. And then I can take that off like that, come over here, and this is actually extremely overpowered coupling again, and add that one, and set you to 3. Then have my fuel tanks. We only need this little one right here. Little orange one. It's all the more we'll ever need. I don't know why I keep trying to use those. Engines, structural, we'll add these little guys. Coupling, basically we want these to be able to deorbit themselves. So we can put command and control on them. Command and control on it. And then we can thinking, what am I thinking? Oh yeah, very important, set the ejection force to 0 on those. Coupling, we're going to want this little guy right here set in 3, and basically we just want one of these guys, pods, and set that like that. Electrical, give it a battery or 2, give it solar panels, these little 1x6s. Like that. And then the most important part of your relay system is actually communication relays. So we want, this one's a 5, this one's a 2, we want the bigger number right here. So we have LDSN 2, which is 27 GM, and this one is 10 GM. So yeah, the larger the GM, the better. And then these ginormous dishes. And then we will have communications on here, and then we will have well, let's see, what do I want? Solar panels, these little ones right here, we'll set it in 8 here so that they're always around. Batteries, these little ones, 2 batteries. And then this right here is basically the command and control pod. So what we can do now is do this, reroute everything to right there. Structural, we'll add one of those, and coupling again. Coupling, where's coupling? Where's coupling? There it is. With you. Reroute the entire thing to there. So basically what's going to happen is we're going to stack these 3 high. Let's add structural struts to here. And then as we get to wherever we're going, we're going to release the pieces per se. So now what I can do now is either click on here, and save this as a subassembly, which is what I'm going to do by coming here and subassemblies, and now I can take this and just save it as a subassembly as relay network. And save that, and now what I can do is just place that, and hey, you know what? I want another relay network. I'll just click on it, and now I have a second relay network. And then you know what? I want to rotate this relay network a little bit. So the reason why I want to rotate this relay network is I don't want these satellite dishes hitting each other, because that would be bad, right? And then what I can do is coupling again. Coupling again. This guy. There. And come back here. Subassemblies. And now I have 3 separate relay subassemblies. Now, doing this puts a lot of force on these. And honestly, the only thing I need to do is get these up to Kerbin's orbit, and then I have enough to whatnot. So it's a lot of. Oh shoot! I forgot to do some stuff. Engines. This little guy. 3 of you. Engines. 3 of you. Engines. 3 of you. So basically, all of these things, once I get these into Kerbin's orbit, these should all have enough delta V to get to whatever I need to get them to. Okay, I can take this guy and place it right there. So now all of this stuff below it, that stuff, the decoupling of everything, that stuff, the starting of all 5 of my engines, decoupling, what are these 3 right here? Alright, which 3 are those? Because I don't want those 3 engines anywhere near my side decouplers, nor those 3. So I'm going to put all of these starting engines in their own Yeah, so all the decoupling and everything, that's going to all go into its own. I'm pretty sure this triple right here is going to be somewhere down here. Yep, those three all go into their own. That single engine goes into its own. That decoupling goes into its own. Those three goes into its own. Those three, which I think are these three up here, yep, they all go into their own. And also, to make this so it won't, you know, do anything, I can do that. 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 So now the fuel, it won't use any fuel because I'm not allowing the fuel to come through anywhere. And that. Alright, so now these things, they don't have any fuel going to them, so it really doesn't matter as long as this guy's decoupling will be on its own right about there. Then those three, what are these three decoupling? What's this triple? What is this triple decoupling? You know what? I am going to have you guys in your own too. I have no clue what those three do. And if I need them, I will manually decouple them. Alright, so I have my down here. My three engines, side decouple. That decoupler, and then all these engines, yep. And then two, and then what are these three engines? You know, I think I know where you three are. But I have all of those things deactivated, so they don't have any fuel to them. So, two. Oh, I know what those are. Yeah, the three stack decouplers on everything, yeah, those are going in their own too. Why? Because I don't want them to be decoupling. Where's this stack decoupler? Right here go. That one's that one. Which one is this one? Don't tell me it's one of these ones up here. It is one of those ones up there. Then you go up here. I don't want you activated. You go up here because I don't want you activated. And basically, what I'm doing is you three go up there because I don't want you activated. I'm trying to get all the engines away from being activated when I don't want them activated. You three go up here because I don't want you activated. 3 go up here. I'm just editing the staging right now so that these satellites will actually deploy properly. And then which one are you? You are that one. And then you are that one. Okay. 6, 7. Alright. Yeah. So now, what I'm going to do is this. Take that off. Like that. Add a payload. This larger. So I can't place it right now because of these lights down here. So you can't have the payload going to alright, that's that right there. And now this thing right here goes there. It's all of those. And yeah. Basically, that's that. This thing has 2,715 meters per second delta V with the whatnot, so I'm going to add more boosters. And what's my TWR? Because I guarantee you it's low as all hell right now. Show all. 0.16. Hide all. And satellites. I'll do this for my satellites because I'm gonna have to back out. How do you spell satellites? Satellite. Satellites. Turn. Save and continue. Because right now it wants to be a pain. And not let me edit stuff. Well, it's because this ship has so many parts to it that it doesn't want to do anything. If worse comes to worse, I'll just have to edit this craft to be slightly different, but